Hello techies, I'm Divya here. On behalf of CyberBrainer, don't you think the world of tech is evolving faster than ever? Now is the perfect time to dive in and build the skills that will take you places. With CyberBrainer, we are putting you in the driver's seat of your own future. We at CyberBrainer don't just teach your interest. We believe that knowledge is power, but it's applied knowledge that truly sets you apart. Whether you're diving into data science, mastering artificial intelligence, or exploring the world of cybersecurity, our courses are designed to give you the skills that matter. So let's jump into the session and make the future yours today. Thank you.
Yesterday we were discussing, we were actually, in the time we were able to miss few things right. Just wanted to show you. I've taken a few screenshots which I'll show you based upon. See, when we access this edit 10 setup HCM, now which we were talking about this ID sequence generator section right. I'll show you that. Under the ID sequence, you'll get a lot of options. Under the column ID definition for candidates, like see candidate ID CNND1 203, right? There are codes and ID definition for pre-head. Let me zoom out. Are all these IDs auto-generated? They are ready. They created and kept actually. What happens? You know it will come according to that. What is the sequence we give? According to that, it will come. But however, I'll explain you in just a simple way. Creating IDs would be a HCM task. Not really, because this actually integration people, they will actually use this. But the code you see, client will ask, I want my candidate IDs to come from 1 to 0. From that, the candidate ID should be coming up. Let to next candidate 1 to 1202 2 3 120 fold. Like that it's coming. That sequence you know client will give actually. Even for pre-head, ID you see here. Let me show you. Pre-head, let's see here this. But this pre-head ID also, you see this A049, right? Like that, it will come. And I'll show you a few more screenshots also. And for employee ID also, they will give. I want the employees to be operating from this number particularly. The sequence should come from here. I'll show you how to create and do the things. And for contingent worker ID, the ID should come from here. It should come 5 pieces and 5 repeated. How many of candidates are joining based upon that? Like that. And for the job code, like job profiles, this code will come. And for position ID, automatically it should come from this number. That is what I do. And I go to the one which we are talking about. If you see down job requisition, right, you are able to see. What are the job requisitions we are creating? Lalit, when it should come. Bus job requisition. You can create A 30 13, A 4 20, 80 15. How many ever be created in the tenant? It should come from this sequence, not before or other numbers. Same, it should come according to this. This particular screenshot is all about the sequence of IDs. Yes, just the sequence of ID client will give which ID should take. From that it will come. I mean, it will go on a sequence, shall we? It will need it to 34, 14, 16 like that. I mean, you see, we were talking about the candidate ID, right? ID definition for candidate ID. I will come to that point now, how to create that sequence. I think you can tell. See, this is, when we go ahead and see this candidate ID, when we go to that drop down, when we click on this drop down, we'll get actually to option of create ID definition or sequence generator. Then we can create ID definition or sequence generator, that option. Once we click on this, create ID definition or sequence generator, the next page will pop up, as I'll show you. Like this, it will come. The sequence we can give here, an increment sequence by ID, like it should increment by one, right? One we can give. And the other one, it will do down on the end. I mean, what should be the last sequence? ID. For example, we give one, ID, right? Based upon that, ID should come from 8011, 82, 1813, right? That sequence should go from that we will give. And what happens here? Example, is there, right? Here it will populate whatever the name, date of birth, I mean month, year here under the example, it will come to you. That will no need to configure or something. Just wanted to show you. Because instead of showing, when the candidate applies, he will automatically generate an ID, right? That's what this client set up. See, you don't need to go and set up any this notification marketing, nothing as such, but setting up how it will be there. I'm just showing. Automatically, it will be done. You're not going to do that because it will depend on the total tenant, right? See from scratch. If you do implementation, probably this planning phase, all these things will occur. But how are the sequence? Everything they will tell you. Even you get testing or implemented in. Whatever you can join initially, we get some opportunity. Whatever it is, you need to take up, right? That's it about this. I'm just closing this particular. Now this edit tenant setup notifications, how it looks. I'll just show you for recruiting how it's going to look. I just can show you for active vendors how it looks like that. I just want to just take in the screen. See, when you give any tenant setup notification, you'll be able to see a few things like the vault emails, email. Kavishna, could you please zoom in a bit? This one. Is that? It looks like this, and we are talking about recruiting, right? How it's going to look, I'll show you. Email complaints will be there, all those things. Enable reminders. For few settings, we can enable the settings. And once we go down, we'll get mobile app notification settings as well. Once we go a little further, we'll be able to see here absence management, adaptive planning alerts, business process, HCM. You are able to see right under down. Still further, if you go down, you'll get recruiting. Recruiting will be the option. I'll show you. Just we'll go to next page. Same on this. Then I'll show you. This page I'm just showing for you. Just still go. Actual page will come here, you see. A little bit I'll zoom out. A little bit more. Now we are selected in the page recruiting option because we are doing it for recruiting, right? Here the role will be setting as notification routing role for recruiting. Here it will be there automatically to the setup, the settings, how it is. And for active candidates, how it would have been, I'll show you. Just for your info. See for active candidates. Once you select this override parent notification type settings, you can give a notification routing role for only active candidates. You can set up that. I mean, it's easy for active candidates, right? This notification should go that you're just configuring. It will be automatically, they would have done it. If you want to see for recruiting marketing, you see, noting expression will work for recruiting marketing. It could have done like this. I'm not going to do that already. This parent permission everything they would have set up. If anything is missing out, you can select and give that out. Or 67988. That is what it is all about. The settings are not only to be there. If anything is missing out, you can check the tenant. Because sometimes, without knowing, we'll be able to do some few mistakes, right? Just, check. That is the reason. Just for your knowledge. That's it. Today, what we'll do is we'll create some prospects and we'll move those prospects to job application. And once the job application has been created, we'll move the candidate from right from the view to 35. That is what today's session will be. And the external career site is not working right for us. Yes, I can go over there and click the link and I can apply for my job. Then how can we apply now? Now I'll show you. That is the reason right today. I'm taking up the session. Few things you want to know about prospects, all those things. What I'll do is create prospect. Maybe country I'll give India. We are giving India, right? And we created some rule also in job application, right? But that should also work. We'll see that later. Just letting you. You see now our candidate ID has been created. 2. Under that prospect potential candidate. He might be a potential candidate, but yet not a candidate. I mean, he is not entering into job application, right? Once you know in the external career site, it will ask you a lot of details, right? Once we click on submit button, he will enter into the job application. This is right. Since we don't have that, I'm just creating a prospect. And I populate this Rajesh thing into our job application. How I'll do using. Now create job application. Actually, I would have shown that in external career site, but we don't know how to do that. Yes, I'm doing this way also. Candidate name Rajesh. And then you'll give in a job. Job day recruitment consultant. We'll search for us. See here. Recruitment. Before that, I want to check a few things before I go ahead. I have a few notes. I want to check up the supervisor. Everything is set up. Just for a safer purpose. Not to get any errors. That's the reason. I think we have used an example for Syria blank. We moved her from review to interview stage. But this is our topmost. I just wanted to go and see. Over those. Everything is just for separate because its roles are not done properly. No, the DP will not execute. What are the roles we created? That should be all in here. And hopefully, we have everything here. I think one of the somebody has given stats. I'm going to remove. I don't want this to be. Manager is that recruiter is. We already created the position. Just checking actually. Now the job application. We have to give you details. Maybe LinkedIn. Maybe LinkedIn. I think we'll get. See the difference you see. When we created the prospect, it was showing us a potential candidate. But now you see candidates 1226. That's 01. 501 schemes work. The recruitment. It is showing. Now we can go to the job. We can go here. Go. I am going to ask you one question. In the you will be able to see what is the position. What is the super easy organization? You know compensation grade. Look up job posting location. All those details will be there. You see what other details. Here under the candidates, you are able to see go. I think you're right. You're right. And I'll tell. Can you repeat the question once? There's much CV already. I made one prospect of the candidate. I just seem to be applying for this job. Once he applies directly. Ideally, the candidate should come to review state right. Why is going to the second step called? Because we have created the job application prospect. Yes, that's the process. You might have given while creating it. It will go to. We set up 3 rules. I explained to 3 futures right. Automatically decline job applications. And automatically I don't start to claim candidates on future. I explained you right. Ideally, the candidate should come to directly see interview question. Job application. What is the people? State candidate will come. Answer is revisited. But here the candidate is not coming to revisit. Why I'll show you. Job application. This is testing. This is called testing. Now we are done one testing. I'll let you know. What is that testing? What is that testing? We are done. What is that? We are done that day. Maybe day before yesterday. A few dynamic definition. How to create rule. We go at that right at the bottom of the page. We go down. What is the rule we had given? If it is an India candidate, you can move forward. What it has done directly? It is sending automatically descending right. Our rule testing is working here. If you would have put it review, it would have been in the review stage. Yes, of course. If I would have put a C, just a little. Pause the person. Next steps I given as phone screen right. See here. If I would have given interview, it would have went to interview. What are the steps available here? Based upon that, I would have selected interview. That would be from right. Absolutely. As we had created a rule because if it is an India candidate, it will be like it will go to next step automatically. We didn't do anything right. We didn't send the candidate to phone screen. But how we had made a condition rule? We created a rule. Please explain this in the interview. Suppose we give them. Now, whatever jobs we have created under this supervisory organization, this rule will be applicable. Absolutely. If you cancel this, it will not apply. But I just wanted to show. See, for example, one more rule will be given. See, we give country India. It is taking up. We given, if it is country Japan, you go and give it will auto. We'll test it out. It will just pull the candidate because we'll test it out. We'll see how it's going to work. Actually, we have done it. I think assessment stage or something. We'll just check it out. We have done that in the assessment stage for possible disposition. Probably this testing you can do. Actually, you can. You will get to know. See here, country Japan idea. Step country Japan. Let me show you. You take a prospect. Not first time. First testing you do normally, you send the candidate to ready for them. And then next candidate while testing, you take a candidate from country Japan. And you try to move the candidate. I think it's in the stage of assessment. If the candidate is not meeting the job or if it is, it will be automatically declined. If it is candidate from PAN, that is a testing. One more testing. You can do that. Why I'm not doing? Because you should do that, you will get a knowledge of those things. That is what. Candidates in. See, actually hiring managers currently. Our recruiter is also currently over. It is not showing. It will show here in the real time. Who is the recruiter? I'll take up the recruiter action and I'll proxy another recruiter and I'll take action on this candidate. Now anyway, we are in the caroling recruiter because already I go. And since recruiter is currently only because to reduce the time I given to take, reduce the risk actually. I just selected this thing. Now, I just seen he's in the screen right. We can just go on. We can click on this also. Now he is in the screen. You just move forward to take him to the next stage. We'll get out. Can you please let me know why I'm getting only 5 options? Assessment, interview, offer environment. I think that I'm not ready for hire anything. Any guess? This month. Can you repeat the question? I want to move this candidate to for ready for hire. That's the scenario. I am not able to get the step forward. Any guess, any idea? Because in the sub stages we have given it in an order, right review. No, the possible steps we didn't give. See, I'll show you. Edit dynamic definition. Now we are in the screen stage, right? We didn't configure the automatic stage routing. No, not that. I'll show you just a moment. I'll show you. We can use same. He is in the phone screen. Or Rajesh is in the screen. We are getting only 5 options like possible. Next step. See you. It is because we haven't designed for assessment interview offer because whatever we give, that tool only populate here. Suppose you want to send a candidate for ready for hire. You cannot send the candidate because you didn't give the possible next steps. That is what you can send only candidates. If you move the candidate to interview and then you move forward from there, you can see ready for hire. I think because we have that is possible. If you would have designed it, you would have designed it. That is possible. We'll see that interview. It is there. The BPs will automatically trigger. You see, now whenever I'm sending the candidate to each and every step, each and every BP will automatically trigger in all the steps, whatever we given in the BP. 100%. It will execute. I mean to say, assess candidate initiated, as you know, the person who had sent to next. Some review screen. That person will be the engine, decision maker. Suppose that candidate is in a review state. Recruiter is sending the candidate to on screen. Then recruiter would be the initiative who are taking the final decision at that particular stage. Review screening assessment. He might be manager, might be recruiter or HR. Complete question. We are taking to the next step that we have designed in the C. One figure question. We are getting right. Whatever it is. And we are getting. It is executing actually. We can give. Please provide the name and contact information for 3 reference. Like that. Whatever. Candid questions we given that will actually come. You can do actually. Are you actually interviewing for any other opportunity at this time? Or leave the earliest that you have a little bit of an environment. You can view and you can submit. Or take candidate. Because candidate is self-security. That means it will go to candidate. We can come back to see the question. I have a quick question. Suppose if the candidate has to do the assessment through some third-party vendor and the recruiter would send the link to the candidate, and would that also be an integration? No, actually no. What happened? This third-party people, they will be in coordination with the candidate. They will send the test link to the candidate and they will send each and everything. They will get the results and they will send it through the integration. Once they get integration, based upon that recruiter, what happens? What is the once you have time? He just simply will give and make it fast. And he will move the candidate to next possible step or he will decline. Based upon that, that's a simple. Candidates. Again, candidates. He wants you. And I just sing. Assessment. Assessment is. We can click on that here. And we can move forward. Or else we'll click on C and we'll see. Or about worker. We'll send it to interview. That's it. Here we know. Only first. There's no assessment decision we have taken. We go to the interview. What is the step? You see. Schedule interview. I have a doubt when you're scheduling the interviews. You would have 2 rounds of interviews or 3 rounds of interviews, right? No, I'll show you how it is. Now I'm going to leave the interview. But this candidate, I clicked actually. I will take action. Twin will continue. Is it clear that there are 2 codes for recording? Recording, otherwise that would be clear. Krishna sincere way, don't want to insert. I'm just clicking once again on the candidate. I'm just clicking one again schedule because it went off. Again, we have to do right from the beginning. I'll select the date. Usually they'll give the particular today's data. Interview would be fairly. De-erosion would be like 60 minutes. Intertype. Intertype will be in person. Competence is like all competence. Accessing talent. What if it's a Zoom call or something? Because in the option it's given only one, as in person. What if you want to? Ideally, we should get 3 options over here. In the type and in person. We call the option. I'm not sure why it is not. Is this design and the implementation phase? Because I didn't restrict anything on the interview type. Also, you can see everything I shown you. I mean, it is not sure. And we can add any questioners, anything you want, to the question. Additional. You can attach and you can give next. What would the task be for implementing the schedule type, the interview type? How do we do it? It might be a video called face to face, and another will be telephony. What would the task be for if you have to create the types of interviews? No, we were not. We don't need to create actually. I think interview types. I was shown right. The task, maintain interview schedule settings. Interview schedule maintenance. They made it inactive. Right. Got? No. Good point. You raised because I was also thinking how come I seen that. See when we are having this session 2 to 10 before we are. It happened right that time somebody, somebody is going and taking it to net. We'll see now. Once you click on this now, we can use this all the places. That is the problem. We can give next. Proposed interview scheduled. Subject line interview projection, candidate 1 to 2, 6, 4. I mean, it will give us a subject and then submit anything we want to upload anything. And we can use some. All intelligence. Maybe back. I'm just doing the interview. I didn't give you a damn. You're listening 60 minutes. I feel like on. See, the time is coming. Coming here. You are subject. I'm going to be looking for. That's it. Again, we will go back to. How about? Check the babies. The news. Like feedback. We'll go to our candidates. Candidates. Now we are opening this. We are done with the interview. We should do the interview. Or we can cancel the interview. We should know, but in real time, the recruiter will be doing all this right. Moving the candidate from one stage to other stage. One stage to another stage. Recruiter only now. Our recruiter is Caroli only. I didn't give other recruiters because I don't know if you're going to do it. I think this tenant. For example, Logan. I'm not sure. I selected each and every. How does this work? Recruiter. You need to proxy in. You need to proxy. I need to say. Recruiter is a person who will be taking up the actions on the candidate, whether candidate is selected or not. He'll be knowing right based upon the feedback. He will actually move the candidate to next step. You need to know when we do testing and what happens. You need to proxy as a recruiter. And you need to submit the candidate. If you go in as somebody else and you move the candidate, it is not possible. The interview feedback, you will get it. Once you get feedback, you are to move the candidate for next step. To say, in this case, would we get a ticket and you work on it? What happens? We will get actually the key parts. Based upon that, we will move the candidate. You will get an email or some notifications. Based upon that, we need to take up the action. At every stage, you will be getting notifications and you will proxy in as that particular recruiter. And then you move the candidate. Every step will get the notification. Each and every step. And on behalf of them, you would be moving the candidate for them, right? Because see if it is testing what happens. We need to proxy in as a recruiter and we will move the candidate. Because the recruiter will be the person who can only take the action. Everybody cannot go in as a. But this is in the testing phase. What? If it's gone, live and live, then recruiter will be going there and taking action. Or manager also can take action. Good. At that point, if you are in that maintenance of the project and if they have some issues, that is when they would raise a request and raise a ticket or something, and that would come to us and they would fix it for them. See what happens when it is in the production and we don't move much into production. Our leader will be taking care of each and everything, editing more capacity tasks, and she will be moving into production. Ours will be like testing and implementation. And if it is production, she will be taking that to ask you things. Any issues are coming because even you do a single mistake which will impact the current life. Those will be taken care of. But however results they will get, based upon that, they will send an email and they will fix it. Now, whatever you are teaching, this is all under the production phase. You got it. Maybe I got it. Initially you need. No, not like that. Initially you will not get production and a lot of things, moving from one parent to another. Like see, we test. We do implementation. We tested and we do to again sandbox for that. This sandbox, it will work for 1 week. Again, then we need to move into production. Any mistakes are happening, it will impact the tenant. Those are sensitive issues. There will be one document takes planning which client will be given actually some document based upon that. They need to give one format and my lead will prepare and share it to the customer as well. And they need to approve it. And we need to go any. When you have some time, can you explain us how it goes from fraud to testing and that cycle? Can you please explain us? Yes. What I do is how the tenant will work. Few things I will work. Sorry, I will explain. Maybe next week, Tuesday or Wednesday. I'll take 15 to 30 minutes of session in my tenant. How it works? Maybe that helps a lot. And when you go into real time, what happens? They will give you a structure. What is that? And what is the sandbox? And what is the implementation? And a lot of things they'll give. Based upon that only, we work on the testing. Every organization, they have their own footsteps. They have their own implementation. They have their implementation. Suppose I have a role of the certified recruiter we created here in this. They already created. It will be a little bit different from one company to another. That role. And a few, for offer letters and all the roles they already created. By using that proxy, only we can go and, give that option of setting the offer letter or rolling out the offer letter. Not good for each and everybody. Got. I mean to say that it happens. That is what is real time. Just moving into things. Thank you. We'll be taking the interpretation like going forward. We can move that. And it took. The next stage would be offer right. When it goes to the office stage in real time, the compensation would be team would get a notification. They will be. They are the important persons, doing all those things, all these steps, whatever this, what do we say? The steps which we included. Let's put. Use the offer. These are all the steps which we go to compensation team, proposed compensation offer request, one-time payment offer request, stock grant, and finally, operation. Once the compensation partner takes action on request one time, then it will go to the next group for the next step. See here, these are template-driven business process. Click action. We are to give target high tech and we will give the rest of the thing. Are these templates work? They delivered. Absolutely. Once we click on next, see here, now we'll see compensation. Usually you know what happens here. You will get default option, everything it will come. Populate based upon the job profile, only everything it will come. But, however, in this I think we need to give a survey. I've worked on this. I think it will be one lab. Automatically it will come. We know it took you and think that's the advantage. Because compensation team will be knowing like what is it? One time payment. We won't be doing all those things. We'll go to that. Obviously they will take a bad. Once this action is completed, we'll get the notification and then we can move forward with the next possible step. Correct? Stock grant also. They will give some clicking. Packages. This kind of errors in real time, we won't get that. Everything will be auto, popular based upon job profile, only if it's select each and everything. We are getting for review compensation of the market up. We'll move the standard further. I have a quick doubt. Can you just stay on the same page? For the other two candidates, it's showing reassigned. What happened that day? We did a job. Application was not designed right. And VPs are not designed. Once any wrong thing. Anything is not assigned correctly, like VPs, a job application, it will show reassigned. Again, we need to go back and check each and everything. Once we fix those errors, each and everything, then we have to be correct. Got employment increment. Employment increment. Will I wish? Now I have a doubt. The job application VPs. The VPs are designed from review to ready to hire stage, and at every stage review, if you do this, you'll move on to the next step. And phone screen, if you do this, you'll move on to the next step. But there are certain cases where you would want to move the candidate from review stage to maybe say, like you want to bypass some of the sub stages. Let me give a sense. You want to. No, see, suppose you are in the review stage, you can move the candidate to directly to offer also. That time, that possible steps you would have designed in maybe job application. Then you will get the option. I may answer your question. I am able to understand, but I will definitely work it in the tenant and see test it myself. I'll get clarity on that. We can do next option. Please, if we can. These are all related to insurance. We will just approve it. It's because the VP wasn't designed properly. No, without design properly, we will see. Else step will not explain. There is an action step that says approval, and that's the reason it's taking us to this page. It might be. We will move the candidate for the next session. We don't use the thing. Are you saying something? I didn't get you. We don't use. We don't use the thing. We will get to know the background check options. We can select according to the customer. We need to select simply what are the. Is it possible to design it in such a way that certain job profiles they have, they can undergo certain background checks? No, actually, that they would have designed. Actually, what are the background checks? They have internal checks. I mean, a lot of things will be there. 15, 20 also. I don't know how to design this, but once I click the drop down, I'll get the options in real time. We will select those things. Those things will be mentioned. No use of that. For internal candidates, sometimes we skip the background check. More internal models. Something optional. That will take up often and we can do the candidates. External, however, they will tell. Ideally, here we are not getting much options, but in real time we get a lot of options. We've only 3, 4 like 15, 20, more than 20. We can give completed. I mean, what is the status? We have to. We are all testing. I've seen the candidate is in the middle of the next question. I said we send the candidate for ready for the night or work will be almost finished. What you can do is you take one candidate and do testing. And the other features like see, for example, one candidate is already selected for job developer position. And we got selected same candidate, same job. Because we can create multiple job applications. For recruitment, same project, we can get another job reputation. In that case, if you move the candidate, he is already going to ready for the IOP. What happens? It will not automatically decline for the other job applications. Those testings and all you do it. And we created one role saying that for Japan candidate, the candidate should be declined. Those tests and all you do. You do that research that you will get to know a lot of things. This resume parsing enables recruiters to create a prospect or we can create job applications. You see, yesterday we were able to attach. There we get the option to attach the resume in verbatim. You can use that resume parsing on the view prospect report and these tasks. In the sense, see, let's say yesterday when we are parsing, like create prospects and all it was asking for resume uploading right. This task create confidential prospects, create job application, create process. Each of the tasks it will last per resume parsing if you see. Let's see step by step create confidential prospects. And this confidential prospects it might be. Like we want to keep a track of executive prospects. Let's say maybe we don't have a suitable opening for the executive person. We just wanted to, keep in pipeline. Maybe in the future, in that case, we can execute that prospect. That is what this confidential prospect will be. I just wanted to show my intention was we can, upload the resumes in each and all of this task. Actually, create confidential. Yes, I'll show you. Once we give see create from resume CD. By using, we can upload actually. If you click, it will last for resume. Confidential prospect. We can select, and I mean to say we resume parsing each and everywhere. It will last for uploading of resumes. That is what this slide is talking about. If you see create job application also, we are seeing it will last for resume. A couple of times we are done. It will last. I mean, when we are creating prospect, also yesterday we are seeing, right? It will last for uploading of CV. And if you see view prospect also, it might ask. Let's see. It is available actually, if you're looking. I suppose it might be. Are you throwing up again? Right? Go. Maybe edit something. See here it is asking for manually. It is asking for manually and parse the information from a resume or C. When we are creating or editing any prospect, it will ask. I mean to say this slide is all about, a resume parsing is available for all these features. Create confidential prospect, create job application, create prospect, edit prospects. All these features I made to say. We'll go to next topic, candidate pools. If we talk about this candidate pools, first there will be two pools in the tenant dynamic pool and static pool. Dynamic pool is nothing. But what are the search criteria we give actually in the Workday? Based upon that search criteria, automatically it takes the candidates in this pool. Suppose you can restrict, let's say, only India candidates, or you want only beta candidates, or other features will be there. One is anyway, we will create that. We'll see how it's going to happen. We'll create some pools automatically. It will fetch the data according to the search, whatever we give. If we create that pool, those candidates will be, automatically populate over that. And we can maximum this pool capacity would be like 50,000 members. This might be an interview question. Let's go to the same. And when we talk about static pools, as we've seen the day before yesterday, we can add candidates manually to this pool. And maximum we can add the candidates 25,000 members. And let's go to, create candidate pool. Let's go to the dynamic pool. The dynamic pool will automatically find candidates that pick your search criteria. Whatever search criteria we give, and once we click to select the search criteria, it will take the candidates. See here, there are a lot of roles over here. There are a lot of roles. We can actually do a role. Like for this candidate, a pool manager. We can do set up the role also. Like found, we can set up. Maintain a Cinnabo roles. See, when what we have done, with this roles actually, when it is supervisory organization level, we have enabled for supervisory. Am I right? If it is for job requisition, we enabled it for job requisition. Now what we gonna do? What is that? It will be enabled for everybody. They can, map based upon the search criteria. They can maintain a pipeline. And there'll be a manager assigned for this. That is the reason I'm just assigning a manager. We'll go schemes, candidate pool manager. Enable it for. What will you do here? Any case I candidate pool. Because we are doing it for candidates, right? Am I right? And I don't view it's not assigned. I think it's normal. Again, security administrator. Security administrator. We just created a role manager role. And we will go on, just for our reference. We'll wait for some. We created it. We'll go on. I'll just discard on the 1 second. It should pop. Let's. One. We'll never go. Burn took tension. In a skin style. Click pool manager. And we will assign Carolee only. Same brim. You can assign to anybody. I'm just using this because they're given this access to it, that it can work all the features. That's the reason I'm using this for my robot. We will select dynamic pool and we will click on it and see what that will be. See, it is asking for search keywords. Search criteria. And country, we can select India. Any skills. Suppose we give any skills, it will only take that. Just showing that. And any company you give specifically, it takes that company. We'll see. I mean this group of companies. And totally suppose you want to restrict, maybe 1 to 3. 3 to 5. Less than a year. Also because sometimes prospect, we'll see how many we'll get. Let's go. We'll come to this side. Education, we take currently auto release. Restrict again it will be. I'm not restricting. Few only, I'm restricting. Or else I will not restrict 1 to 3 years ago. Let us keep in common that we'll get a few candidates right. India only, I'm restricting. Like India candidate. And like recently added in the sense people like last 2 to 4 weeks those people will come into place. Whatever the search we do, those candidates will come actually. Candidate source LinkedIn, people who are from LinkedIn employee referral. I mean it will take best of one time. Anyway, I'm not selecting. Just we'll see how many. And tag also. Like these are used, this will be used for reporting purpose, right? The tags and all. If you select that, it will take the search criteria. And manager, any managers it will take. Here it is not populating. Again, status type is former employee student, new to workforce potential candidates. It will take. And it will take job, family job profiles. Based upon that, what are the search we will give? Based upon that criteria, it will take all the candidates. Suppose you select only, you want only B.Tech people. That's correct. We'll just click on this. And we'll see. There will be some super niche requirements. You will not get profiles in the market. Very less profiles. And then you know that, too, there'll be available 90 days notice period. Like that and all. Those candidates will also. They'll maintain a pool for particular technology. If they want, they can maintain. Because that will be demanding and they need a resource every time. The project demands will be there. Based upon that. I mean, these things a recruiter will be maintained. And again we will create. it gets applicable. As we know, it's very easy. Just we'll go and add the candidates. But we can send them to our tier high topo here. One, two, 232, 213, 20. Let's go. How can we check our polls? It's view polls. View polls. View candidate polls. We only one candidate for our touch criteria. We just given 2 to 4 weeks, right? That is it. We'll go on Reddit and see. And we'll just try to remove this. And click on it. See, we are able to see this candidate. Its location from India. I mean, we didn't restrict anything. It's showing actually. That is what it is. We have a lot of people. I think around 20 to 30 people. I mean candidates. It is showing actually. That is what it is. Like the schools and all. In static poll, we just manually add the candidates to the poll. That's it. Now we'll go to the topic emerging poll. There are a few tenant setups also, right? We were able to talk actually in the previous lessons. Maybe initiative lessons, right? What we're going to do is this is security actually. For there'll be domains like candidate merge domain in the recruiting functional area. I mean here the considerations will be user security. This domain would be like with you and modify access. And they can view and merge potential duplicate candidates. Users with view access cannot take actions on duplicate. Only if they have view access. They cannot take actions on duplicate candidates. And when it comes to former worker storage domain, we'll just leave it up. It's not a little topic. We'll just leave this topic. Not a little topic. We will discuss this. As you know, candidate merging. It is a concept like suppose single profit we have. I mean who are applied for multiple job recommendations, right? A profit can be applied for multiple job recommendations. Am I right? If you have multiple records, right? Then there will be different job applications, right? He will be having different job applications. And he has multiple records, right? Single prospect. If he is applying for multiple job recruitment, what happens? Automatically it will affect. I mean it will go to different job applications. In that, multiple records will be generated. And maybe he gets selected. Suppose he gets selected in future, what happens? If you have multiple records again, he'll be having a pretty high record also and high record also. We don't want that. Many records of that same person. In that case, Workday will automatically, match the records. I mean to say, basically for you, for this memory saving purpose and all we use actually. What we will do is for this concept, we will try to create some profits. If you want to find duplicate for, this is a task actually. By this, you can view and manually merge or link duplicate reports. And by using this task, merger candidates, we can actually find out people who have merged and unmerged records. We will just try to create some prospects. And I will explain you practically. I am just coming to the slides. See what happens. Workday automatically merges the candidates with any duplicates. And it doesn't automatically merge two candidates if at least one of them has a registered candidate home account. Suppose there were two records for a single person. One, he already created a home account. Then it will not merge his records. I mean, it may not be able to find the duplicates in this scenario, that scenario. But however, how it will catch, Workday automatically merge two candidates when their first name and last name are exact matches. And at least one of these fields is an exact match. Let's say phone number or email address or LinkedIn URL or Twitter username, Facebook URL or Google URL. And we'll decide. You want to find out the merger candidates unmatched? We can do that by using this. That's we can give much. We'll check. Alright, we'll do the same thing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And do you know how to purge candidates? I mean, purging is nothing, but we can remove the candidate data from the index. Yesterday we created. We'll start up the session for today. Today the topic could be on referrals, like setting up referrals. As we see, this referral is nothing. But like generally we see right in the companies they refer the candidates, right? We see actually in the real time. And see they can either refer a candidate to a company or they can, invite candidates to apply to open positions. That is what we hear or we see also. When it comes to types of basically there are three types of reference. They are, like first one, direct referral. This will be used by the task creator referral task, or we can set up by refer a candidate task. And when it comes to another one, self-identified referral, to say end of the year, like referrals as that enable candidates to identify a worker. They know your company when applying. That means, let's say example endorsement means direct referral. As you know, like we will directly refer. Employee will be just referring particular A, B, C or XYZ person. But when it comes to endorsements, like a candidate will be going to external career site and he'll be applying for a job. When he's applying for a job, he'll get the option, do you know anybody? In the process that it will ask some question, do you know anybody in our nation? Yes, we need to provide the employee name and employee ID that and this request will go to the employee, and if he finds a fax upset, kind of will get the option. The referrer endorse, the endorsement will happen. Those are the papers and all like it. We will see all those things. Let's talk about direct referrals, like referrals created using the create referral task. And see this create the value. See this task. We understand the logic. See, we are using the Carol is proxy session, right? That means, or it might be Logan also. She is referring somebody. Referred by. We get this, but the key to this. And you can give your country in the sense, like that the person is deciding actually. And we can do first name maybe. You can use this as a preferred name. We can select all those things. In there you can do job details in the sense with job recognition. But this job recognition, we should get our job. Then what is the relationship? She might be a friend. And it agrees to being referred. We have to click on this option. Anything like anything, I mean any links experience. We'll try to see a few options. I mean, you see this person that we can give certifications and language. One that we have. Given the mistake, but see now you see this. It has become a prospect. Shagun, are you able to see the difference, right? Because we created prospects couple of times. What happened? I just took potential candidate, right? The option it was showing. But how are you seeing prospect it was showing? Same thing, when we move the candidate for the job application, also it will show like that. We can create a job application in behalf of this. We can invite them to apply. If you want to invite them to apply, we can just go to candidate action. Invite to apply. See the posting. It is coming because we given right for our own position. It will send to you no email mobile push notifications. And it will not. Subject we can give. And then we can see things are applied. We can give like that. We can minute them actually. And you see, it will. Because see, whatever we send the notification, we can reply to that email. That is what automatically work. They will do that. And this notification will actually be sent to the candidate and he can apply for this. And for this referral, like the domain you see here, configure the security policies for these domains in the recruiting functional area. Like no need to remember anything, but just for your info, actually candidate data, employee referrals, and employee referrals social share. These are the domains actually. And for this we need to do two setups actually. Access the edit tenant setup recruiting task. We have to configure all those things. And we do it a little late. What we do is we look into, this is the setup we will do little later. As we discussed, there are three types of referrals. The direct referrals, it will be done like this, and we can invite candidates to apply to open positions. And self-identified, this is endorsement which we are talking about. When a candidate goes on career side and in job application, we can attach a questionnaire. And do you know anybody in the organization? It will ask you questions like that, and he can give the, as I said, employee name you can give automatically. The request will be sent to the employee in the organization. If the worker sees the request, then they will ask, would you like to endorse this person? Then this will be also a referral. The second one which I'm talking about, the social media. Reference to apply from the links that workers post on social media. This example we see right. Sometimes, LinkedIn, they post. That is what like social media referrals and all basically. And we'll go to this one to setting up this. Edit tenant setup. You see the referral ownership type and period. This is type candidate level job application. None of the above. See, I think in the initial first couple of sessions of what happened, we were discussing on this part, right? As you know, the standard level is nothing but first come, first serve. The job application which is coming for a job, recreation first, sharing first. Based upon that level, that is nothing but candidate level. Suppose there are job recreation, a lot of people they'll share. We share it first. But that the referral ownership will be taken. Sharing. The owner will get the credit. First come, first serve. I need to say. How about job application level, which we also discussed? There are, like a single candidate will be applying for multiple job applications. Like he will be applying for UI developer. He will be applying for NET. But actually he got selected for UI developer. What happens in that case? It will not come as per first come first serve. It will come as per the job application, as per the UI developer. I mean to say because his profile has been shared to NET developer also. But however, even though the profile has been shared little late also. But here they consider this ownership as job application. In the sense, like he got selected for UI developer. At last, he shared his profile for UI. However, that will be based upon job application level. Here, first come first serve. Here it will not apply first come first serve. It is based upon the job application or job application where he is getting selected. When he gets selected, the application which he sent for NET, he might not be selected. First come, first serve. In this case, second he is sharing his job. He is applying for UI developer. He got selected for this. However, here first come, first serve is not applied. Only based upon the job application that we can select, and one more is duplicate referral policy for employee referrals. We will see this Workday delivery point. Current referral, if there is a potential to duplicate prospect for the same job requisition or area. Current referral, if this person's already exist for any job requisition or area. These are Workday delivery. If that is set up, it will not be delivered. That is what it is saying in this. Let me go to next the other one. They are telling access the maintain referral relationship. Access the maintain referral relationship. Simple task. What is the relationship between the workers? That is what it says actually. We see right friend of friends, relatives, former co-workers, acquaintance. With acquaintance we somebody sound LinkedIn and ask for a referral. That is nothing but acquaintance. This will be configured like this. Those options will actually come over there when you file the referral. That is what I mean. We have to configure the business process definitions for actually this reference. We have to configure one-time payment for reference and refer a candidate VPs. We have to go to the tenant. What is the beginning? One-time payment for reference. Business process. Create copy or link definition. One-time payment. File and copy from the till the time. There will not be much steps in this. Simply one step or two steps. That is it. Review one-time payment referral. And once you click on this, that is it. Very easy to design this. And next one talks about refer a candidate. Create a copy link definition. But this also less tension. It is easy to design this. That's the only one. But actually we can just click on the thing. Once we create this upfront task immediately, this BPs will trigger actually. That is why we designed this. Create a referral. That is the task. That once we give this and give all the candidate details, you know what happens. That is what it was. Invite referrals to apply. How it's going to happen? We can just, how does notifications, when they invite through, invite referrals, how it goes notification. Just look into that. Maybe like, we need to go to refer a candidate business process. How to set up notification. Like business process. Add notification. What it was telling. It is talking about external candidates for business. Business process. Once we select automatically what, they will send the notification to the candidate. It will take automatically and send the notification to the candidates. Here we are. Like we are creating a referral. Same time we can invite the candidate to apply. We can create job application for the candidates also. That's what we discussed earlier. As I said, the notification will go to the person's email. And somebody has prepared you how to apply. Like that, the notification will go to them. When you create a job recognition, you remember when we have left field, left front plan. I mean to say, create job recognition. There will be an option called, I need to say, we do right create job recognition. Then we get options. I had already shown you. The reference payment plan. That is what it was showing. We get these are the plans actually. In the tenant there will be two plans default. We will get because client already they would have configured those plans. You need to select according to that. That is what I mean. Promotional referral, standard referral. All those things. And we attach this separate payment plan. That then a compensation team is responsible for that actually. Once we attach that plan, then the compensation team will be taking care for that referral and they take care. Like I mean to say, they give us the information right. We have to attach these plans to our job requisitions. Like whosoever is referring using that particular job requisition. That particular plan will get executed, even irrespective of the type of a referee. It means the person who is refereeing. And it doesn't depend on just the type of job requisition. I mean it basically depends on the plan it takes, and it will trigger a call to that. Here, as I said, the status. And I don't need to give any. Automatically. And you can go to message. And you can give, please apply to this position. Or the position. The position. What is the position will be shown actually. The position name will come. And what it says is the job posting. In this job posting. It takes, job posting it takes, and the text, subject content. That is what It will be done automatically. What are the text here? Please apply for this position. And it will take care. And based upon that, whatever it is, they can take the position according to that. I mean to say automatically taking that. For this, we need to design again. Add the one-time payment for referral sub-process to the higher business process. I mean to say we need to add one step in the higher business process that it triggers at the one-time payment for referral sub-process. It should be. This step has to be added with the higher business process. To execute all those things, we will go to higher BP. And what they automatically takes everything, just this babies and all that. I'm just telling how it happened that it's easy only. Maybe higher. We can add a step. Business process. We have to add one step over that. Then we will be here. We'll add a step. Action. One-time payment for that step needs to be added. Maybe a chat partner or conversation partner. Based upon all this designing of VPs and all those I would say once we give create a referral, task is all the everything will trigger and it will go to the candidate and they will ask for the jobs. That is what simply just done. Hide or record options. Yes, we have discussed this in the initial days of class for assigned roles and compensation. We use this task to design a few other things also. We'll see how it happens. In this step, whatever we do here, I would say theoretically, like these are the tasks. Actually, both are similar tasks, only we can do anything. We can go to access the configure optional fields task and create a referral. We can do and we can make few things like that. We can hide actually, or if it is required, we can give that to those details hiding or enabling. I would say those features. How it's going to impact in this. Create a referral or a reprec and what happens. The step, what we give here. I would say I'll show if you require for all, for example, a few fields with the address, education, certification, all those things. Once you give it is required for all, it will be a mandatory step and the field has to be filled. The task will not execute, even create a referral task. I mean to say you will get a red alert saying that you see Shakuntala and Reshma. We get the option for school option right. When we are creating a referral, it was asking for school right. Education that because we get an education step as mandatory. That is the reason. If you don't give that details, it will not trigger. You know which has to be hidden, which has to be, like enabling those features for a great referral task. This implementation plan will tell us. According to that, we will design which has to be enabled, which has to be practical. That you get to know what actually is going on. There are a lot of people say, when compared to, it's in recruitment around more than 15 people say, oh, we are designed to be 15 to 20. That is what we take. That's what we're seeing. Just want to show you the difference. That's what my plan is. Almost similar. There you will get less options. That's it. Almost same. See here. First name, last name, contact, phone, device type, contact, phone code, phone numbers, phone extension, email, ID, job details. Same, right? Almost same. Here you will get less options. More options, I hope. See referral address. You are getting points of territory, contact information, job details, relationship details. I would say experience, skills, education. See this feature. I'll tell you certifications. Even see you go and do add certification. You can add, but that is not a mandatory. That I'll show you in concrete options how it is. I'll show you the difference that you will understand why I'm saying that logic. Just I shown you less features right here, but almost same only task. Oh, I shown this task. See, like we are given education as a mandatory step. Give me that this way. In this education, we have to give you details, right? If you are not giving this option, if you are not, it will actually not trigger because we made this education as required for all. It is required and we didn't hide. Now I'm going to make it hide for all. And we'll see what impacts actually. Just want to show you the example that you'll understand. There are certification attachments, certification issued certification number. You can make it certification number required for all you can give. It will last required for all. You have to give that number, else it will not trigger. This education only will test it out. I'm making it education. Earlier, it was required for all. Now I'm making it as hide for all. I'm just hiding it. It's not a mandatory step for me. I'll just make it. See here. It is right impacting education. We have to do right. This option it is showing. We have to give, else it will not trigger. Now we'll see. Once again, I'll do the same task. Sorry, create a request. You see, anything you are able to see, education. I need to say whichever is mandatory, whichever we can hide, which you want to keep like. If it is mandate, like certification number is mandatory, we can make it. We can go to. It's basically you can hide or unhide the features. When you are hiding, that's when you are making enabling it. You have to give that option. Like when you are looking at it, that has to be included. Else it will not trigger. We'll see like all of this in fact. Certification number. We give required for all. This education I hide it. We'll see what it's going to be like. But create a request. Now I'm giving the same task. I'll cancel and I'll win because it should be done something. We have included the education number. We try to do something. Let us test. I'll click on. Let's see what are the errors we get. The job or job area. Certification number it should ask. Actually. Sec- But as a mandatory thing, it is populating. Am I right? It happens like that. I don't know that picture why it is not enabled, but how. This I took and this made you clear like which will happen as a mandatory thing. I mean each and every field which have been enabled or we had to hide it that it will be good when you are doing the limitations. When you do from the start, these are all the things they last from the scratch. And for the setting up endorsements, as you know that feature, but that will be enables external candidates to enter the name or email of a company worker. They know when applying to a job posting. If the information matches an existing worker, the worker receives a request to endorse the candidate's job application. In the sense, a worker will be, as I said, a worker will be going to an external data site and he'll be applying for a job. What happens in that case? In the job application, it will last. Do you know anybody in the company? It will last. Then, what is the name of the person? And what is the employee ID? It will last. Based upon that, endorsement will be accepted. Let's say if the worker accepts an endorsement request, the worker creates a referral report for the candidate job application. It will send a notification to a particular person. Like for example, I am Vishnu. Like she'll go for it. She'll go to an external career site and apply for a job. And she knows me well. She'll just tell I know a person, Vishnu. That is an endorsement. Like she'll give those details and automatically work there. Sends a notification to Vishnu. Do you know a person named Vishnu? Then what happens? The endorsement request will be accepted and Workday creates a referral report for that particular candidate and the job application will be created. And it will go to the registration. That is what it means. Suppose if I say I don't know Rashma, then the endorsement request will be declined. Workday deletes the association between the worker and the candidate's job application. That's what this slide is meaning all about. The steps for endorsement like configure the endorsed candidate business process in the recruiting functional area. Business process. Create copy or link definition. End of the candidate. I will copy it. There are no errors. There is some problem. Let's wait for a minute. You see, here there is an endorsed candidate action item. There is no more steps. See here the security groups. If you see contingent worker or employees as self. Why this is coming? Because there might be contingent workers, right? There might be an organization that might be contingent workers or employees as self. I mean to say permanent contractors will be working, right? This endorsement will trigger actually. And it will go to them automatically. That's what I mean to say. And in the policy restrictions of the endorsed candidate business process policy, select the disable comment option. This remains Workday from displaying two comment fields for candidate endorsement. Because sometimes maybe during the BP triggers, what happens? It don't want to show the comment. I mean two comments. They don't want to show that. But the candidate, especially those comments, has to be hidden. Because they'll give those comments, right? That has to be shown actually. To hide that, we can prevent that. You know how we'll go to that BP. B period definition. Tell you some comments, right? That should be hiding. That's what it means. We need to go to that BP, and that's candidate BP. We can go down disable comments. We can click on this. We have to enable this and click on it. But the comment section it will be hiding. I mean, this prevents actually two comments for candidate endorsements. Tell you right. That is what done, and add the send endorsement request action step to any subprocesses for the job application visit. Send endorsement request action. We can add this action step to any subprocess in the job application. I mean to say we can add reviews, screening, assessment, interview, anything. This send endorsement request step has to be added. Then only the configuration will work. I mean just say The BP will trigger and it will trigger perfectly. I mean, just say for that what we need to do. We'll go to our BP. Assess candidate. Business process, edit definition. We will put. We will add the system. What is the definition of selling? Send announcement. Send endorsement request. You can select any security. One of the people know. This endorsement will go on this. See, in these first 3 scenarios we'll discuss after 4, 5, 6. I mean, we'll go directly to 4, 5, 6 scenarios. Because this is quite easy. We'll go straight away to the 4th scenario in this. This scenario when we talk, you know this is onboarding standalone scenarios. Like we need to take any internal candidates. I would say, because these we can test through only internal candidates. All those scenarios, internal candidates, I would say. This is nothing but test onboarding standalone. I will tell you what is difference between standalone and internal transferred from change of. This standalone, the one which talks about initiate onboarding for an existing employee. Test onboarding standalone. Initiate onboarding for an existing UK employee with company A, B, C. I just changed the company for a separate. New hire should not receive your complete purchasing credit card application step as a part of their onboarding. That means you know you can take any candidate in the tenant. Let's assume that in a tenant, a lot of companies will be there, right? Suppose you work in a company. There will be multiple companies in that. Some A, B, C company, X, Z company, something. Here. The challenging thing is they were telling you initiate onboarding for an existing UK employee. You need to find out an UK employee. The employee should be UK. Please keep this in mind. Employee should be UK. And the company should be AB, C UK. You need to search in the tenant. You know this company, you can put and search. You are transferring a person from UK employee. See that UK employee might be from a different company also, XYZ company also. But you have to initiate the onboarding for an existing UK employee with company ABC UK Limited. This is company. They'll not give us any name. Then how would you not give us that? No, nothing. That is what the problem is. Initially, you know what happens, once you have that experience, it's easy to, go and produce the things. But actually, understand and doing is difficult. Sometimes they will explain, sometimes we need to understand and we have to do by our own. It's very simple. You go to tenant, you will just search right. Suppose care only. I don't want to move this candidate. I don't want to move this candidate. I'm not much showing on that transactions because in this tenant, I'm not sure also which company is. All the things will require. But I'll show you prerequisites. See, the planning should be done perfectly right. We understand this employee is, the results will be done. See here. This employee is from Just Come 1 Minute. She is from a supervisory disorganization. Her position is this. And when you open their profile, you will get to know where they are, from which location of their profile. Any candidate you take, it's not only care only. Here you will get all the options. See here skills they write. In this box, you will get 100% sure you will get, maybe wait, somebody will check. Here it is not coming. But in real time, you get everything of the employee details. Which company she is from, which company, which supervisor organization she is, from which location she is from. All those details, it will be fetched here, from right to here. From here to down, you will get that. Based upon that, you need to. One scenario, like, you have to do it in 1 hour. No, they will give a lot of time, For all this scenario, sometimes there will be 3 days, 5 days also. That's the good thing. Sometimes, what you will do is you take any candidate, but that candidate is from UK employee. He should be from any company. You can. That is the logic. The internet also. This apparently I was not. At least, I will check for somebody else. Log on, I'll check. What if you have 2 people with the same criteria? See any candidate you can take. And how would you know that you are choosing the right candidate? Any candidate you can choose. The criteria should be, you have to send the candidate. UK employee with a BC UK Limited. Correct. The thing is employee should be, you take any UK employee, lot of UK employees. There will be ABC company. UK employee will be there. XYZ. UK employee will be there. In our tenant, there are 4 companies are there. Let's assume, right? You take any UK employee. First thing think. Second thing is when you are choosing A, B, C UK Limited, you need to search in the tenant. Like how you need to search. There will be company, right? You need to go to that company. A, B, C UK Limited. You need to search. When you are searching, you will get to know. Vishnu, based on that scenario, there are only 2 criteria that you're looking for. That the candidate should be the candidate should be a UK employee with company ABC UK Limited. That's it. These are the only 2 must that you should look for in the tenant. That's it. But the problem is, the challenge you will face is you are choosing a company UK employee. But you are testing, and I mean that employee you are going to choose. The thing is, in the company you need to choose. Sometimes they'll ask to send this UK employee to this company. See, when you go in a particular company, you will get to know where they are working, which location, which supervision organization. Those details you need to pitch actually for first 3 scenarios. But in here, if you only the challenge, I think these are very not that complicated, I would say, when compared to 1, 2, 3 scenarios. But that's, the way you said, you look for only, you put a company and you'll understand. AUB, CUK Limited. You go to that particular company and you are initiating that in that company. In that company, there will be UK employees. There will be US employees. There will be India employees. Understand the logic. Right. There will be employees. That candidate, you need to go on. Only within 5 minutes we can do this scenario. I would say, very easy. Initiate onboarding for an existing UK employee with the company. AP. That means you need to go to the company UBC UK Limited. There you need to search an UK employee. There you need to search an UK employee. I don't know which companies are here. Else I would. I can show you actually. I'm not sure. But here there are, companies are there, but I don't know exactly in the tenant. I think there are US company, UK. I don't know. You see this, your company. Company. See, it is asking for company. We'll put all companies. We'll see what are the, I'm not sure. In this all UK companies. Global Modern Services. We'll do one thing. We'll copy this on a safer end. Within 5 minutes we can do. Only the criteria should be like it. You need to find out that company. That company has to be. You know, right? Easy to find. You know when you go and search in the company. I think I did not copy. I'm sorry. This is the company. We'll see how many members are there. Within 5 minutes, you will be able to see. There's Adesha. He is from London. Him and Amit Kapoor. He is London. UK employee. Right? Am I right? London means UK employee. We'll go to here. We need to proxy in with the right resource. For example, everybody cannot go on proxy in and start onboarding. I think here job change. Launch onboarding. Launch onboarding. Launch onboarding. That's it. If you execute this step, that will be performed. And I want to show you one more time. That's in a way. Let's say initiate onboarding for an existing UK employee with the company AB, C with the company. That means let's assume that this is UK ABC UK Limited. Now you can choose any UK employee. I mean, you can choose Army. You can choose C. There will be US employees also. We'll see. I don't know. Here, it is not the Shakundala US employee. But however, in this scenario, you can just, in real time, you'll have people from different locations. Seriously. In India people will be CR in one company. There will be a lot of people like India candidates. India, a US employee, UK employee. There will be that. That's what it actually. But this step, actually the criteria should be you need to find the company. The challenge you will face is you need to find the company and you need to find the right resource straight away. You can just go. You just go to job change and then launch onboarding. That's it. What would happen once you launch onboarding? I will tell you, you have to give to this Shakundala. See, I'm not sure. In this time, everything works perfectly. That is the reason I'm hesitant to do. Because this onboarding, I haven't worked much. Got onboarding like those PPs, those configuration, those I haven't done. I have just, like little bit knowledge, even not much. Section 1, Section 2 are also there, but much I didn't work. But I said because internal transfers, tomorrow it might help you with other employees, also for you. Right. You will give today's Shakondala. And you submit it. Once you submit it, done right. Right. We'll leave the details. This candidate is Amit Kapoor. You need to understand one thing. You need to proxy for Amit Kapoor's HR, proxy or his hiring manager. You have to proxy. You will get to know who is his hiring manager, because there you will get to know his details. Who is hiring manager? Who is HR partner? In this case, I would suggest you to go to Amit Kapoor's hiring manager. There will be a person. Once you join his proxy in his detail, he can execute few steps. We'll do one thing. Whatever necessary actions that has to be taken. That's it. I think we were done the task, Shakondala. Wait, I'll try to start proxy. We'll see. In this, I'm not sure if the steps will work, but at least I want to show you security profile. Workday account. We don't have Shakondala. What happens once you go into this Amit Kapoor? Let's assume that her account, he is Amit Kapoor. This, where are you? You go to his inbox items. There the step will execute. What is the step? New hire should not receive your complete purchasing. Purchasing credit card application step, right? See, once you launch onboarding 7 items or 9 items, it will trigger Shakondala. That is when you proxy as Amit Kumar's hiring manager. And when you go into his inbox, you'll find the notification there. And it will have 9 steps. Actually, no. When you require, you can proxy in as a hiring manager's account. Straight away. If it is executing straight away, you go to the employee notification. Employee. For example, it might be Kareli or something. But that hiring manager, why I said, sometimes these errors you will get. It may not trigger 1 or 2. In tough scenarios, not this scenario, I'm telling. First, second, third. That time you can proxy in, and those higher business courses, those onboarding business courses, it will trigger. If it has to be triggered, then it should be done only through hiring manager, AR partners. I will tell you on first, second, third. In this case, simple. Launch onboarding. Go to that particular employee who you are telling that Amit, right? Amit Shah or something. Amit, you go to his inbox. That's it. The step will be actually there. Here it will come Shakondala. The 7 steps, initial 7 steps will be there. In that step, if the step complete purchasing, credit card application should not come. Actually, that's what you know. This scenario is. If he is getting that step, then some problem is in the tenant. Then probably they'll try. I mean, if you are able to find out any bug, like this, if you're able to find out any. There's an option saying that you know anything regarding the purchasing credit card application. Do you get any steps or do you get any? Nothing, Shakondala. It will go on to get just, these are, onboarding process and all its company policies, right? This complete purchasing credit card application, all those things they create actually in that onboarding setup. If that step is triggering for them, whether that step is triggering to the employee or not, they are going to test this scenario. This test scenario is like enhancements, right? In this scenario, it's very simple. My least motive will be like, I'll be testing right in these scenarios whether purchase credit card application is going to this. You can apply with the ABC UK. She asked you to do this for ABC UK Limited and let me know. I will test it. Purchase credit card application is not coming here. Mostly you will not get it. In case if you get it, that's a bug. You can inform and clients also will feel happy. Sometimes if you are able to find this bug also, they feel happy. Even if you are able to find. Our part is to launch onboarding. And then if we have a bug, we let the team member know about it. Otherwise we are. And you can tell them, they'll give you an Excel sheet. Shetantala. Whether the test is passed or not, failed or they last. Test is passed again. But if we receive a bug for this, then it is marked as it's not passed. And you can let them know what the error is. That time they will come back to you clearly. They will check each and everything using how we are done. Everything they'll check. Because those leads and all they have multiple experience, multiple project experience. They will find out in 30 seconds also. Their expertise actually. They would have done multiple implementation, multiple projects. They are into talent, all those things. That person will be expertise. Hence, they will catch everything perfectly. When we do everything we need to be. They will give time right. See, these scenarios are dual. They will give 4-5 days also. Like one weekend, you can, if you know how to do, see this scenario, I say hardly. I can take not more than 30 minutes. Even you do slowly the way we discuss. One scenario, 30 minutes, we can complete. That's it. This step. We didn't get any purchasing credit card application. If you get, we will tell them. Mostly you will not get. Because they are streamlining their process. Hence we want to test them, inform everything to the customer. If there is any problem, they will. They will do a check. Sometimes we have to check in the implementation tenant. We have to check everything. Again, we have to test in testing tenant. Then, based upon our feedback, they will move everything to the sandbox after that production. I'll tell you later this thing. Now you understand this concept only. Let's go to fifth scenario. Second, you have to explain me now what I should do. You should read, and can I increase the size? In this scenario, even if it is wrong, I'll correct you. We will initiate onboarding for an existing UK employee. The proposed company is not a BC UK Limited. Here, what we do is we will take a UK employee. And the company should not be ABC UK Limited. In this case, you can take any other UK limited company, but not ABC UK. Excellent. You got the point. Silly. And then you take an UK employee and the same thing as we did. You go to his job change. You go to the action buttons on his profile. You go to change job. You launch onboarding. And then you just see this complete purchasing. That's the same with the same credit card application. If you get that, the test is passed. Otherwise, you mark it as fail. And you let the team know. Excellent. That's it. Shakam Gula. Mostly we are testing internal candidates. We should test, not external. Because we can't test right external candidates. They're out of these things. They will be applying. That's the logic. And can you go to next one? Shakam Gula. In the next scenario, they're saying initiate onboarding for a non-UK employee with proposed company is not AB, CUK Limited. And new hire should not receive your complete purchasing credit card application setup as part of their onboarding. In this case, you cannot take a UK employee. Can we take the employee or can we take? Yes, India, US, Japan, anybody other than UK. Great answer. The proposed company is not ABC UK Limited. You cannot take the company as ABC UK Limited, whereas you can take any other company, like XYZ or something. And when you get the employee again, you do the same thing. You go to the action button, you change job, and then you launch onboarding. And in that scenario, the new hire should not receive the purchasing credit card application. And if we do not get anything, then the test is passed. But if you get anything else, you mark it as fail and you let the team member know about it. That's it, Shatantala. Within 1 minute of our maximum, like within 2 hours, they'll do. But what happens in real time? They'll do time actually. Sometimes we can spend time. Sometimes they will not work for only 10 days in the day. Also sometimes because those tenant repression will happen, right? Sometimes until they refresh again, we have to test it freshly. You will get time. I'm telling sometimes, not everything. 6 is done. You understood very well. That's it. You can revise my classes also, Tomat. I mean anything you require. We'll go to scenario number 1, little complicated ones. In this test onboarding, please take one internal transfer from change job. The BP will trigger change of BP. That's what it means. You have to take one internal candidate. And the P will trigger. Change of business process will trigger because that's what this bracket is all about. You are going to test one onboarding candidate. Right from scratch, you have to do like here the concept will be transparent, existing employees from non-UK to UK location. Using change of business process. Ensure proposed companies AB, C UK Limited new hire should not receive a complete purchasing credit card application step as part of their onboarding. In this case, what you understand, and you can read slowly and understand. We have to transfer an existing employee from non-UK to UK location. He could be from India, Japan, anywhere. That's what the logic is. And you have to transfer him from that location to UK location. And also you have to make sure that we put him in ABC UK Limited company. Stop here. We have to put him in ABC UK Limited, right? Stop here. Pause for a minute. When you transfer an employee, it's not going to be very easy to shut in the lab. Let me show you. I'm not sure in this time again, few things in both of them. I don't know. Transfer these people somebody else. I'll try to again errors. Because these people are actually, I just wanted to show at least what is what. I will not execute this step. At least I'll show you here. Again, we can go to job change job change, transfer, promote or change job. There are a lot of errors. You will get some options. And wait. What happens here? Once you do a transfer, promote or job change, there will be one template driven BP, like the way job requisition is there. It will last for which company? I mean, the third page, I get company cost center region. You ask. The important thing you should keep in the mind is they were asking, ensure proposed company is ABC, UK. While transferring the employee. It's pretty easy because the person will be from a different company. That details will be shown in the page, but you are going to move that person to ABC, UK Limited. You can change it actually. But before you change in this company, simply you cannot change. In this company, a lot of supervisory organization will be there. I'll show you. Under which supervisory organization are you going to place him? I can choose any supervisory organization, but the biggest logic is, if you do it straight away, transferring an employee without creating a job requisition, without creating a position, do you think it's possible? No, we need to create a position for him under this company. No, 100% correct. What we can do is go to this ABC UK Limited company. Let's assume that's something. Can we go to our schemes itself? But we didn't hire anybody, right? Am I right? We didn't hire anybody, right? Shakonta. That is what the logic. We'll take some company. No problem. Company we should take. Let's assume that this is ABC UK Limited. Anyway, Global Moral Services UK. You can go, you'll get some details. Actually, you know that the person is into a supervisory organization network and telecom business services. That's the thing. The thing is, it talks about you can take non-UK, like you put a candidate in the tent, some kind of India, a lot of people, Indian names, right? Somebody Vehesh Rakshita or somebody, people something, lot of names still be there in the tent. They actually work for India, right? If you put the name, you can test with that candidate only. That means you are taking a non-UK employee, you are taking non-UK. Shakunta. Next, the prerequisite should be true. You are taking an employee from non-UK and you are sending to UK location. That means make sure the supervisory organization you will select. You will select this. Let's say you select this supervisory organization. You want to send that Rajesh to here. Oh, you need to understand one thing. Which location is this? This is Dallas. You think we can send this candidate to Dallas location? You mean to UK location? I am asking this question. Dallas is US, right? We cannot send. That means important thing is you need to make sure you select one supervisory organization where your location should be UK. This thing you need to find out in the time. You will get it. It's not very tough and all. It's not a magic science or all. You need to find a person who is in UK. Candidate you select. I am telling you UK candidate you select. And you will send right that candidate to UK location you are sending. You select a supervisory organization. I will give you 3 requisites. First, I will tell you what you need to do. First, we are going to send a candidate from India, candidate to UK location. Location. You need to make sure, instead of Dallas, this location. The primary location has to be UK. You know, right? In UK, the company, a lot of locations should be there. That criteria should be fulfilled. The important thing is, you keep on note. Maybe you can note down. What is the company? When you are selecting that, make sure his company is. Make sure. ABCU BCU Limited. You will get to know here, right? Under organization. It is ABCU Limited. Let's assume. And the location here is someplace in K. Let's assume London. No problem. No problem. And you need to note down this cost center and region. Because when you transfer an existing employee, do you think the candidate will be having this cost center and this cost center? No, right. He will be having a different cost center. When you get the template-driven business process, it will ask for company cost center region. Please change the company cost center region. The company, Anyway, you are selecting the right company here. Because you will search right in the tenant. Anyway, you are searching correct company only. Only the thing is, you need to select a super agency organization. That super agency organization should be having a UK location. And please make sure you note down his cost center and region. Because when you transfer an existing employee, his cost center and region will be different. Now you are sending, let's say, Rajesh a candidate to this organization. Then in the template driven, it will ask, you are transferring right. What you will transfer? It lasts for the cost center and the region. Before that, it will last. What is the transfer? It will last for a few options. You have to do international transfer option. See here international transfer. You are taking internal employee, but you are changing. You are sending from one country to another country, right? It's an international transfer. Absolutely. That is the key point. The key points are, I'll tell you international transfer, you have to select. There will be a lot of options, Wait, I will pick it. I'll show you actually. The problem is at least for her. I'll see. One thing is there. Job. No, we are not getting for her actually. Once you do transferred, how about slogan with me? Can we try under this? We tried actually, but we couldn't actually. Step did not execute. Might be some errors in BP, might be something. That change of BP will take care. Change of, we will see. A lot of BPs are there. But I haven't worked on change of, to be honest. That's why all those BPs regarding this. Only you see here. Change of onboarding, is there right? Shakuntar. Wait, we'll view more. We'll give more view. Change of default definition. It will not trigger Shakuntala. We'll go little down. Or else change of onboarding. That's the best. This promotion or change of weight. I think this internal transfer something it will trigger. Change of. Apart from that, update for change of no. I don't think. Promotion this also no. Onboarding for international transfer. Something is there. Onboarding acquisition will be there. That in this 2 BPs, that international something will trigger. Not this BPs. I would say this will not trigger actually. That's the criteria. And you take any Indian employee and make sure you go on search for that company. In that company, you choose one supervisor organization. You can choose any supervisor organization, but you make sure that supervisor organization has UK location. And in that supervisor organization, there will not be any positions. First, you create a position. Create a job requisition. Very, very important thing. If you don't create any job requisition, it will not trigger. Even if you can create a position going to the company itself. You go to that, a BCUK limited company. You go to the staffing. I'll take something. I'll show you. Once again. Not to make you confused or something. We'll go to the same company, your company. We, the company, will take. We go to this scroll here. We'll get to know the supervisor organization. Let's say this is to assume this is the supervision we are looking for. We need to make sure what is the location. See, it is London. It fructifies, right? Right. The criteria. It actually satisfies the criteria. We'll copy and paste in our the cost center and the reaching. We'll keep it. All those things in the notepad. What happens in this case? And when you go to a scenario, you are making sure the company is A, B, C, UK. You are making sure the location is UK. The location is UK. Location is UK. And biggest thing is you go here, whichever. You plan everything perfectly now. See these things. You have to do it before starting execution of change of duty. Like we are going and we are done for change of right. Transfer, promote change of. Like here, right Shatandala. Right. Wait. Logan, that's the question. It will not execute. But however, before you execute these steps, I want you to be doing that. Prerequisite is pre-planning. Transfer promoter. Before you do this step, you have to plan this. Right? We have to make sure that there is a position, that there is a location that is in London, and you have to keep up. Job requisition Shakuntala. First thing is position and job requisition. First is position Shakuntala. Second thing is job requisition. Right thing is location is correct or not. One thing is company. This one. Company cost center region. You make sure all these items, you keep it in one notepad, all these 6 items. You copy this. Easily you can copy, like this. Right? You copy text and you open one notepad and keep it. That's it. Your prerequisite is framed. Now very simple. You go to this candidate transfer, promote and job change. Once you give this tag, it will execute for template-driven business process. It will ask for what transfer you are doing. Like you are promoting, or you can say international transfer. After that, it will come to like organization. Which organization you are selecting. See already, the employee is in some different company, cost center region. Where you want to send that employee. The items which you had copied in the notepad. Cost center. Look, everything you change here, you will get the option check. If you watch for 1 or 2 minutes, you will understand. Don't worry, very easy. On 100% you can do it perfectly to do this. There are people, my colleague, initially we face challenges. But I will explain. Let us finish this. Then we talk. Once you execute exactly that compensation, if you will ask, you give some compensation, whatever you want according to that package. It will execute everything. And slowly what happens? It will go to higher BPA. It will execute. Because it will go to our job application business process. See, you have already created a job requisition. You are doing international transfer. What happens? He will come into the review stage. Am I right? You will move him till background check stage. You can select internal, no background check required. I mean, there will be a tenant that you select and execute into, ready for it. Once the candidate reaches ready for hire, the hire business process will trigger. Once hire business process is triggered, you have to make sure you have to be in the correct proxy. Not like, suppose I will give you one HR partner to the time you will proxy and execute all the steps. Do you think with the same HR partner, you may execute next hire steps or onboarding steps? No, Shatnupa. No, because it's not part of recruiting. We need some HCM. You understood the logic, but somehow logic to be out at the end. You are sending one candidate to other location, other company apart from our team. There will be a different HR partner, right? Right. You need to find out that HR partner. You in job requisition, see here. Hours away, we will take. Like Hastings. You will get to know who you'll see. Carolee is the hiring manager. And her location is Bangalore. I'm not going to that part. Carolee is the hiring manager. Once you're ready for hire and hire VP is executed, you need to proxy in as a hiring manager to execute the onboarding steps. And before that, sometimes you need to proxy in as a HR partner. You know their HR partner. Because you are sending from here to there, right? Their HR partner. Also, you need to find out who is that. As per my understanding from review to background check, you'll proxy in as one HR partner. Or the load. And then once the candidate is in the ready for hire, where it triggers a hire VP, at that point you need to proxy in as some UK HR partner. And in onboarding also, you need to proxy in as a different hiring manager. You know you will get to know those VPs when it is executing. It will actually struck in one point. You need to go there and find out where it is stopped. You can go on proxy in there easily. You can do it. I mean, simple step, 30 seconds you can execute. Like that. Once you send the candidate out, finally, we will get to know all the hiring. I mean, onboarding BP with trigger. Then we'll get to know whether complete purchasing credit card application step as part of the onboarding. Whether should reship? They should reship. It should not. It should not. That's what happened. Only the thing is, you might be confusing. I know how I can find out their HR partner because it's pretty simple. When you go into a particular supervisor organization, it's easy to find out the HR partner also, right? I'm a HR partner. I see here. Do you think it will pit up? It's not going to pit up. We'll get to know by this also. Or else we can check here also. Go. We'll scrutinize your HR partner. Here you'll get 5 HR partner. They're only one HR partner. It's easy to execute. Find out and do it. This finding out is a strategy. People will be frustrated and they won't do it. That is where they get. A HR partner will select one thing. There is nobody assigned actually here. But you will get a person over here. Assigned to Carolee. Assigned to something, a person. Once you see, here we are in the assigned to page, right? You assume that Carolee has been assigned as a HR partner. You can click here and take action here. Start proxy as Carolee. You will get option here. And directly you go and execute that. You go here and go to our inbox. As per my understanding, when you go to the roles, you'll find a person who is a HR partner in UK. At that point, you can go to assign to whoever the person is, and then you get an option to start in as a proxy as that particular person, and then you can execute whatever you want. Same site is. It's pretty easy, right? For you to find out what do you say? The hiring manager, right? We can go to our job requisitions. Whatever we created, we only created, right? We know who is hiring manager. You can go on proxy in and execute all the onboarding. Do this. Onboarding steps. It will execute. Those 789 steps will execute in the English inbox, in the candidate inbox. See, finally you are checking everything in the candidate inbox. Whomever you are sent to the job application, you are sent Shakuntala for onboard. Right from review to onboarding. Then you need to proxy in as a Shakuntala candidate and you need to check Shakuntala inbox here. This is the inbox, Shakuntala inbox, and you will get to know. Same thing also previous one, like the 4R566 scenario. Then because finally it will execute on the candidate's inbox. Right. If there are any actions to be taken, you will be proxying and as a hiring manager or HR. Right, everything it will execute, and while executing what happens? It might take 15 minutes, nothing will be delayed because here in our real time, integrations will take care and automatically their Workday account will be cleared. Without Workday account, do you think it's easy to proxy in as a candidate? See, we are sending within 5. It will take 5-10 minutes sometimes. Everything will like this scenario. It will take 2, 3, 4 hours or sometimes because you need to prerequisite, right, all planning everything. It takes time. If you plan everything perfectly, 1 to 2 hours, 3 hours also, you can do. If you are not able to plan perfectly, then it takes 3 hours, 6 hours also. Vishnu, once you create a job application, the Workday account is created for the candidate, right? Now what happens when you are executing Hire BP? Now Hire BP, it will go to ready for hire, right? Once it goes to Hire BP speaker, immediately one integration will trigger and it will create Workday account for them. Immediately, within half an hour or 15 minutes. You can proxy in that candidate and you can check whether the credit card application has received to the candidate. Till that time, his Workday account will not be created because once hire is done, it will execute. That means those steps will execute only in the onboarding. Hire is then onboarding, right? Next step. Onboarding also. Sometimes candidate will go to whom he should meet, which hiring manager he should meet. Those are the steps will be there. You need to click on. Because once the candidate is joining, he'll be having some buddies, right? Whom he has to be, which hiring manager, all those will be there. Those are all onboarding because I didn't work much on onboarding. That's where I couldn't say deeply, to be honest. Those will be easy steps and you can execute it very well. That's what it does. That's what. Can we go to next scenario and tell me how we will do? Transfer an existing employee from non-UK location to UK location using change job. BP proposed company is not AB, CUK Limited. And the new hire should receive your complete purchasing credit card application step as a part of their onboarding. Here it's the same scenario from non-UK to UK location, but the company should not be AB, CUK Limited. You can take any company and the location has to be UK. You look for an existing employee who is in UK location. And then what happened? You have to send one candidate from non-UK. Right. You can take any like India credit also. You can take Japan, anything. But again you have to send to UK location. Please go ahead. Let me. Right, you have to send him to UK location. And then you have to check if there is a position. Like you said, we have to look for the prerequisites. That is position job requisition. You also have to make sure that the location is UK. correct? And then you go into that. You go into the company which is not A, B, C, UK Limited. Yes, you look for the organization, cost, center and region. You make a note of it. And then you have to make sure that all the prerequisites are ready. And then you go to that particular person who is not from UK. You have to change job. But in real time, you can go to that particular employee, whomever you choose. Job change, promote, transfer, promote or job change. You can take up the option. One VP will trigger. Well, that VP is triggering. It will last for whether you are promoting or transferring. There, you will get international transfer. And it will last for compensation. All those things that you can give few details. If it is not executing, also a few things you can give and execute it. And once it is, you will get some, like orange alerts also, but still you can make it. You can fix all the alerts and then company cost center region, you permit the company. Because you are sending two from one company to one company. You make sure that company is not, you will A, B, C. Anything you know apart from this, A, B, C, UK, you can select and please select. Please make sure that company is any super region organization you can select. There you will go and create a position. When you are changing the job, it will also ask for the location and everything. And that point, you have to make sure that the location is someplace in UK. Correct. You will get to Norix. See supervisory organization. You go there, you will get to Norix. Right. You will see the location, details and everything in the organization assignments. And we will send the candidate to review stage. That candidate international answer will do. He will automatically be in the review stage. We will send that candidate to ready for hire. And after that actual work starts. You have to perfectly execute the higher steps. You have to proxy in the right way. If you are not processing in, then you are not on the right page. You need to find out the right proxy and the step will Packer execute. Sometimes you may be doing mistakes. It might take time also to execute that step. Once it is done, some integrations it will trigger on the onboarding process. Workday account will be created. It might take 15-20 years. Once the integration is completed, you will get on Workday inbox notification. Right. We will get it actually. That's true. We will get it. That candidate will get it. And moreover, in the BPs also, you can check what all the BPs have been executed. Integration 397 will be executed. I mean everything. It will show. Everything it will show. Where is it will show and you can find out, but make sure the company is not A, B, C, equal limited. If you select again A, B, C equal limited, this test is, like they'll point out, you have done a wrong test. It happens. Make sure everything as per this thing correctly framed. Prerequisite, it should be framed. If you do everything perfectly and select some other company, all your testings is based that efforts will be tested. Then tomorrow, if they get to know anything you know. Vishnu, I have a quick question. For example, let's say I'll take a US scenario and we are transferring one person, say from Dallas to New Jersey. It is going to be, and it is an internal transfer, and it is going to be the same steps that we have used here, making sure that the person from Dallas you have to within the same company. Like which scenario you are talking about? Like you want to transfer which company? You mean to say, let's say I want to transfer a company, I mean an existing employee from Dallas to New Jersey and the company is Can we take an example and see how it works? Nobler. You take any company whichever in India like something. No problem. You can take and let me know. I will tell you which you want. For example, you are sending one. India, let's say. Whatever example you can show on the tenant, just to make sure that I am getting it right. If it is possible. It is possible actually. The criteria which I showed you, all those things. In this, I will see. Global Modern Services. UK is there. Because I am not. Even in that case, you look for a position, for a job requisition. Everything you have to look for. It is going to be the same steps. Same steps only. The problem is, see, some people, what they do actually, they do not create a job requisition. See, and sometimes there will be already position opened also. But they would not have created the job requisition. That time this thing will not execute. Seriously, I am telling. Without job requisition, without position, nothing will happen here. You will get errors only. First thing is creating position, job requisition. You create it. Because we can do it by ourselves. Sometimes default. You will get it. You go on checking the tenant. There will be a super admin UK 1. I got UK 1. There will be a position also opened there. Sometimes job requisition also will be open. You just have to go ahead, create a job requisition, and then you move the person from previous. If there is a default job requisition already open, you can execute that steps. Without creating, you just have to make sure that there is a position and a job requisition. If there is one, you can go ahead. If there is not there, then you create it. I would suggest. You create a position and a job requisition. That's where I suggested you to go in a creating mode. If you have default, that's great thing. Straight away you can go and send the candidate. When sending, you make sure company cost, center region, location, you frame it in one. What do you say? One notepad. You keep it and you execute everything. And then you go to that person's profile. You go to job change. It's the same thing. You go to transfer job or remote. And then as it is an internal transfer, it will execute Shatantana. Same thing. Thread 1 also transfer an existing employee from UK location to non-UK. That means maybe you can select a person from UK location. You can send from UK to India. Non-UK means anything you can select, right? Any location. That's not UK. I will select one UK candidate to India. And proposed company, I will select that India. I am sending, right? That company should not be ABC UK, BC UK Limited. And I will test all those things as I explained everything. And that purchasing credit card application step should not be part of the onboarding of that particular candidate. They should not receive it. That's what it means. But the problem is, the challenge which you will face is, correct coxing in your business. Don't worry. If you get such kind of things, I will help you tomorrow. Also, if you take this kind of challenges. These tactics will be there. Like sometimes when you are testing what happens, you need to create a position. Sometimes when you don't proxy and as a right candidate, one of my colleagues, he struggled, like he doesn't know, to create a position or something. Just that logic here. You are wasting time to leave. Just like I said, I proxy in as a right, person and I created a position. Within 2 hours, I was able to finish that scenario. He was facing the challenge from last one day. That's what. And don't use your brain. You know that coaxing in that logic. Who is that person? The proxy. They have time in years. You can't do anything. Simple mistake will waste your time for entire case. You have to work in smart way, intelligently, slowly but perfectly. Because they are giving time, they will give ample time. Like I would say, they will give a lot of time. It's not like everything should be done in one day. It will be like 5 days also, they will give time. Only the people who need to do it properly. You can do it. You can enjoy it. Also, I have a doubt, Vishnu. When we are converting contingent workers to full-time employees, there are two ways, right? The first, one way that what we see in our current organization is you would end the contract as a contingent worker and then you would hire him as a full-time employee. Then it's going to be again, you'll create a position. You'll make sure there is a job requisition and then he will apply. Already the position is created. There, only you are going to execute that person, right? You have to end his contract. Whatever is. For example, you have to end his date, you have to end. For example, you have to end his contract, they have to tomorrow ending. You can end his contract today and tomorrow you make him as a permanent contractor. It's going to be as a new hire. You're going to treat him completely as a new hire, right? Completely a new hire. Completely as a new hire. And as a contingent worker, he'll get some free. I think C or something bracket will get. It's been a long time. Maybe one way. Before I didn't work for a long time. After that, he'll become an employee that C will go off. He'll be an employee. Right? I understand. When he's a contractor, he would get a say beside his name or a contractor. But once he's full-time, it's just his name. It's pretty easy. Only the thing is, contract end date. We have to keep perfectly and execute. That's it. What would the task be at that point? That's time for, converting an employee, right? Convert employee. In a long time. I forget in a long time, right? I was not into. But the BP is simple. Default BP will be the short. What happens here? You don't need to go and trigger all those BP. Those BP will trigger. Once you execute that step, that BP will be triggered. Friend word. Simple logic. When you transfer an employee, we have done it right just now, right? But we tried to send an employee transfer promote our job chain. If it is contractor, contingent worker, that BP will trigger. If it is international transfer onboarding, that BP will trigger. I worked on this. That's where I explained very clearly. What you are asking, contingent worker BP will trigger. This I had worked. That's where I explained. Change of. Other than that, I didn't know some change of BP. But I have a knowledge. That's where those are, default BP. No need to worry. You just have to follow the steps in the BP and you'll be able to do it. It's very easy. Those I would say contingent worker, BP, are not very, very easy. You might face only challenges in change of feeling. That's not this one. Very easy. That's what it actually is. The simplest scenarios. And the tangent part, I will explain. Can I explain one of these scenarios if they ask me, what are the challenges that you have faced? You can explain actually. This one, right? Right now we explained. Whatever the complicated, the first 3 scenarios that you have mentioned. Actually, you can take up an expansion. That's a good idea. See, Based upon the situation you see, they will tell you two things and they will ask you. You need to frame and take that opportunity and convert that opportunity into a real time. You are a real time only. You should only think that I am a real timer. You have to experience. That you need to fix in your mind. Maybe the person whom I'm interviewing, I mean the person who is interviewing you, he might be having 10 years experience. But your experience is limited. But in that limited, you are exposing everything, whatever the knowledge you have, representing everything. That's it. Suppose if the interviewer is not satisfied, no problem. That's you can go for another interview. I have given my best. I'm telling you now. It depends on the interview. You will get a lot of experience. Different experience. Sometimes it is very easy. Sometimes it is a bit tough. Again, it depends. No need to worry on that actually. Now I'll explain to you a little bit on the tenant. What I'll explain about our company, how we follow that I'll explain at the end moment. Also, if you can give me a little bit overview about the ticketing system or the tickets, how would that work? Or if I have to let them know that I have worked on the tickets as well, because if I'm putting 2 years of experience, I think I would want to add that as well in my resume. I'll come to that. Just checking on the tenant part. As you know, in the tenant there will be implementation tenant, right? Like this implementation tenant will be like a development tenant. I mean all end-to-end testing. User acceptance, UAT will be done here. In this implementation, user acceptance testing. I mean these business users, they'll come and test the functionality, whether that functionality is working or not. And they'll validate how to do and make sure everything is correct. If everything is correct, then if there is any issues, these people will actually suggest and fix the issues. That is where this implementation fix it will become. They'll fix all the issues in the implementation part. Do we have any versions or any names for this implementation tenant? It depends on the customer to customer. Every customer is having. Just a moment. I'll put my chart here. We try. In every company they follow. In every company they follow a particular. They'll be having something like P1, P2, P3, P4. They follow those. And they will let you know which is implementation tenant. You don't need to worry or something. Which is implementation tenant. And you know, as sandbox tenant, I will explain you. It is like futuristic releases and all that. All these future releases which are coming in Workday will push these updates. First in sandbox preview tenant. 2 months before the actual releases being set up. Every year, March and September, 2 releases will be there. And they will test it here. And here only implementation team, the project team and people who are actually involved in the project can only log in. Everybody cannot log in. In some, they'll give that question. And as you know, production tenant, all the users in the company can log in to production tenant. The users, the employees, whoever it is. Workday means production tenant. It's a live tenant with real data. You cannot do any testing in production. They'll make sure they cannot do any testing in production tenant. And what happens again like this? The tenants will be there. But the thing is, Can we say that there are three environments: production, tenant, sandbox, and implementation? I will explain you a little further how our company actually does. Let's assume that there is one problem is there in the tenant. They want to test it actually. What they will do is they'll go to implementation tenant and they'll fix a few things. Suppose the notification is not going everything. For that, they will test actually everything in the implementation tenant. That testing will be done. Whether the notification is figuring correctly or not, everything will check. Once everything is checked again, they will do same thing in the testing tenant. That is sandbox. That means testing is different. Implementation tenant is different. First is implementation. I mean development almost. Next is testing. We test everything. They also actually development. Whatever they're done, they can send the configuration to production tenant. Like how they do, they will do migration. Whatever the configuration they will do, simply those they can actually send to production. But they will test everything in the testing tenant. Then they'll move it to sandbox tenant before a week. And the clients, they'll give one document. They will be documented everything. Usually this sending, moving, to production, actually senior people will do. And moreover, there is a planning, a lot of things are done, documentation, everything. And they'll fix on timing. And they will do like migration from testing tenant to as I said, how they will move. They'll do migration by using the tools like advanced loads or object transporter. By using that, we will get an option like target tenant, source tenant. I want to send from this to that. Or you can simply go to a particular configuration, job profile or something. You assume that job profile is there. But we will not be responsible for any of the. We will not. No, because those migrants will not be responsible. Because those are very tough tasks and they won't give such kind of things. And lead will be doing that too. Lead will also document everything with the client. I mean, a lot of planning, everything will be done. We won't be doing it. Only we will do this thing. For your knowledge. By using these advanced tools or object transporter, they will send this configuration. Whatever they've done, they'll move to the production. That's what. Until it moves to the production. Suppose you get a ticket, like some. In our ticketing tool, we'll get a ticket for not to get it going wrong. We have to test everything. The configuration is perfect or not. In implementing talent. Then we will move it to testing tenant. Then before 1 week, we'll move it to sandbox. Because sandbox will be refreshing, right? From there, it will be moved. And then we will go to production. Even in the sandbox, you would test. Sandbox, what happens? You can do all the configuration, everything. You can check everything. And only 1 week. Once you're done with the testing phase, and when you move that to the sandbox, the time period is very limited. Say only 1 week you can test everything right. Actually, we would have done everything now. For safer end, we are just moving it to sandbox. Within 1 day, again what happens within 1 or 2 days, they'll move it to the sandbox. It will go to sandbox means already everything would have done for Kitala. Just sandbox, we will just preview it. Previewing everything is correctly working or not. Again, we are doing just for safer end. I have a knowledge on this. For example, if there is a configuration, we can go to that configuration, instance migrate. I need to select what is the target tenant. What is the sending tenant? Sorry, source tenant. What is the target tenant we need to select? And we can send that candidate. I have seen. But however, I didn't do. But I have 100% knowledge. But however, leads will do, and even they will not involve us. They will. They didn't involve us actually. Those are actually very much complicated, right? That is what it actually. Lead will be doing naturally. Because the lead, he will give all the tasks, he will test everything. Then they will be based upon everything they will not do right. But this kind of thing they will be doing. They will not give it to juniors right. Because if they give it to juniors, any mistake happen. It will be highlighted in the product company. Production in general very complicated. I can't say it's complicated. I would say very sensitive. You need experience. Sensitive issues. Those are known. That can be, done like that. And we were asking if they can do something. No. Tenant is still a lot of things to be discussed, right? In our company, we use opt-in tool. As I said, there will be one. How do you say planner item? We get up. Once they send a planner item, we will be getting a notification that on. A planner has come to your inbox. Please take the action. You need to complete it by within a particular date. Within a week or 15 days, client will give time. Suppose you really have some problem, they will extend for another 1 week. You will get a notification if you are supposed to work on that. Once the planner item is coming, what happens? Immediately you will get a notification. Zoo 2. There is a planner item. You need to finish it by this date. You put that. I will be going to opt-in tool and I will put that number. I will get all the details of that. And obviously it leaves a lot of different things. We will be there. What needs to be done? We will also give an idea on that. Still we face any problem. We can discuss this. And we can do. But however, in tenant management what happens? There will be a release manager for all release activities. All those things. And what are the releases? They would do any refresher shortwave. For example, what happened? If they do any refreshes. Refreshing will happen every 3 months. Before 15 days or 30 days, the infamous, we are going to refresh this tenant. It will be refreshed. You make sure everything data is correct. That data, it will refresh right. After that, you will not be able to get that data. Whatever the data you want to back up all those things which they last. Infamous. It happens. And regarding releases and all, there will be what releases they are going to treat or what they are going to release. I was not much involved there. But there is a tenant management team. And even, to be honest, they will not discuss with us on the emails part, these things and all. Whatever our work which is done, that's it. Maybe my lead will be knowing each and everything. But those releases, manager will be there. Tenant management, there will be a software team for that. But they will talk to these leads actually. I am going to do this refresh. They will just inform us. This refresh is happening. That's it. They will say, just any testing, anything happened to them. You do it now only. Or after refreshing, you do it freshly. They will tell. That's what it actually. Releases and all much I don't have. I didn't. I was not involved. I'll try to get info. Let me know what all the queries we have. I'll try to check this. And also regarding this ticketing tool, is it generic or each organization? They have a different ticketing tool system. Yes, of course. Because every organization, they follow different, like service note ticketing tool. It's easy only, Shakanta. I'll tell you one thing. Once you go into as a prominent employee, it takes 1 or 2 months to go into the project. They will give you KT sessions. See, before as a prominent employee, once you go into the company, they will give their ethical videos. Lot of videos. You have to finish their courses. Small courses. Ethical videos. What are the company policies? I mean, those videos they will give. As per the company that is finishing. 10 to 12 small courses, you get like 45 minutes. After that in real time, like client advisor, KT they will give you. In that KT, what are the tenant we are using? How we are using our green requisition? Who is the agent? Certified recruit type. Who is the manager for this release? Manager. Tenant management. There will be a release manager, right? Who is that person? We are using opt-in tool. They will explain this often. For example, opt-in tool. They explained us for a round 1 and up to us about that tool. What are the features? What we do? What are the features? That you will get to. Don't worry. They will give KT on that. In the interview, if you mention that I've worked on tickets, will they ask on which environment or on which ticketing tool did I work on? If you want, you can tell that tool. If they ask any tool how it does, else I will tell you on alternate plans. Let me explain which tenant management. Let me finish it off. In this company, how we follow. Because of you, I just noted a few points. I went back small points. See, there will be sandbox previews in our company. And they will do this by and use activities release, delta testing, regression testing, all those they will do in this. And next tenant would be like development, tenant C1, implementation. I would say. Then next it is a refresh like biannual. Development tenant. And when it comes to Q, a testing tenant C2. That is quarterly tenant. 3 months, once they'll refresh it off. Then again we will move to the sandbox. The sandbox, quickly once it is refreshed and production is a live data. When it comes to biannual, before the release of something, they'll do actually in this C1 development, tenant development, configuration testing unit, Workday extent, Kronos incentive drag boss. Even I don't know what is Kronos also. Because that's different one regarding something, I'm not sure. These are the things they will do. That's what it is actually. When it comes to testing, they will do functional testing, end-to-end testing, Prism Analytics, Workday extent. But do we have a separate team for testing? Of course. Separate team for testing, separate team for, I would say, integration, separate team for functional authorization, functional recruitment, talent and performance learning. Sometimes they will mix 2-3 people. They will keep it. Both people will be working for talent and learning. Awesome. They will keep for learning and HCMM. It is. That bandwidth will be decided with manager, right? We can say how many they want. When it comes to the production path, how it's happened, this. Usually, sandbox review will be there. Every 6 biannual releases and everything will be here. And we have, development tenant. That is 6 months. From there, we can send any configuration to testing tenant. C2 from that is we can send every 3 months. We know again we use sandbox. That is 7 days. From sandbox preview to C1, we will send. That is development tenant or implemented. Then again we will send to C2 testing tenant. And we go to sandbox. Then after that we move into production. All this will be done by seniors. Like more expertise. If you get an opportunity to learn other things, probably it's a great thing. But initially they don't be wiped out. That is what happened actually. Whether we'll see anything. I will check anything important things. I will check anything important things. That's the test. Tickets and all you can tell them. Suppose if you are confident, what are the tickets you get. You can tell this kind of tickets. Now I explained your right tickets. You can take up and explain. Whatever scenarios that we have. Whatever it is. Even first initial 7 scenarios, right? That also you can explain. Or these 6 scenarios. I think you guys are lucky, because I given that real time scenarios, I'm not kidding, Like what happens? I want to give that knowledge a little bit to it helps actually. And you will get a lot of confidence, To be honest, I didn't get all those things. But at least I want to teach my students. Whatever I know. Maybe I can give them from the simple scenarios 1 or 2. And from the complicated scenario, I can give them one example. And that should be good. That's what you take up in your mind and you create all those things. And no need to, like worry or something. The way yesterday you explained same thing. If you tell all those things seriously, he will be interested. And after that, he may feel. This person has worked real time. No doubt on that. That's what they feel. That creation, you have to do actually. That's what. Maybe sometimes if they ask, right? How do you get requirements? Maybe you can tell in such a way that we got some project. We worked on from I would say that like design session and foundation. Everything was done. And I started working over there. Like that you can tell. My main motive was to identify the gaps between, like workbooks and the configured tenant. Workbook means Excel book. They will be right. For example, you get something in the workbooks, right? And also to work on the tickets which client used to give us. Like that. You can tell and manage. We work according to the workbooks. And suppose you don't have a tool, then you can tell in such a way that workbooks they'll give right. I showed you one notebook, right? Right. You have sent one Excel sheet for branding. For example, framing such a way that branding sidebar something you can tell and explain all those things. Like that I'm telling, just telling. Tickets and all. Now tickets I've given you. You tell. Maybe you can tell opt-in tool also. No problem. He is not going to tell you everything. There will be a search bar, to your right hand side opt-in tool. You put that to double unzero. You will get that details of that scenario which I explained to you. I'm telling you. That's it. You go to the scenario and you'll work on that. Simple. You tell opt-in tool also. It's a combination. It's a combination of value tool. You can see. this opt-in tool, because I noted them actually. Today, sat for around 2.5 hours. Thank you much. Because some see I'm not sure. I'm still in a learning case. Whatever I know, I just want to tell my students. It might be a little bit useful also. I feel happy. Please do like, share and subscribe to our channel.